What's underneath the seams? Balls. What are you doing? Kitty, kitty, kitty. Tiki, 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 two. Tiki, 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 two. Tiki, 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 two. 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 Okay, fine, kitty. Mama Maggie, Bart, Lisa, Maggie, 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 Marge. Mama Maggie, Lisa. Kitty, kitty. for her friends out of the machine. Machine. So now, So this guy's Doma. I thought the duck was Doma. I'm not gonna full screen. Cool Kitty D. Why? Your dick would then just hurt like crazy. Uh, uh, like, is this one the first version? Okay. Many years ago, Fazbear's Fright caught on fire due to faulty wiring. Rushed to the hospital to get the suit that he was stuck in surgically removed. But isn't he just a corpse now? He feels tons of pain now. While Fazbear's Fright was burning, the firefighters were washing out the fire. And then the salvage items were sold at an auction. Click the green button to toggle the music to distract the animatronics. If you hear any event noises, play music on cam 1. I shall save this one for later. There we go. This is not blissful to my ears. Ow. Fuck. Alright. I'm right behind you, aren't I? Okay, my eyes good again. What? Pasta. A print error. Ingredients. Let me get my shit on. What even is a brethren? Man, man. Woo! Ugh. There we go. Got the fan back from over the wall. I got it. Matching. You have 5 days. Follow him. What? What? Calibrating. Says it's calibrating. It'd be like calibrating. Kitty. It's great. Great. Doma's Grand Circus is looking for a security guard for the night shifts. Blah 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 blah. Send email to domasgrandcircus@gmail.com. It does not exist, by the way. Wish it would. Ha ha ha! Ah! They were looking straight at me. I saw that. No, 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 no. Ah!
place for K-12 students alike, and where kids come 5 days every week to play with the plushies. We need a night guard to watch the daycare from 12 a.m. to 6 a.m. Monitor cameras and safe equipment for K-12 students only. Bro, the super also sounds similar. Oh my god! How about no? Someday I will bring you back.
Where'd you get them chips?
I don't know.
That's true.
Gonna be a hot ticket.
Yeah, go for it. Enjoy that. And to pick up on Joey's point, this whole no kings idea suggests that these are just, patriotic dissidents who are very upset about what's happening to their country. If you had an actual tyrannical king running the country, they would be in jail or worse. Instead, they brought, it looks like, their own fake cages that they're putting themselves in. Do you see that in the footage behind Aldra? Like, they're not going to actual jail. They're making them for themselves for this symbolism that doesn't actually apply. What's an angry drama kids, man? That's just what they do. We get definitely like theater kid stuff on steroids. And then one of the other things that I noticed on a placard walking past Aldra was the sign that spelled America with 3 Ks. Yeah. And I'm just not sure, how does that appeal to the average American? Obviously, communists who hate America, the U.S. has this terrible racist KKK country. They also support the Nazi tactic, which is interesting. But I don't think that's messaging that really is alluring to very many other Americans. So they're speaking to a very small crowd of angry people who hate the country and they're not really happy.
Yeah. What a lovely crowd, though. Very good looking. Still the President Trump turns 80 today, but
Hello, Inta.
he looks a whole lot younger. Plus, the New York Knicks are NBA champions, and New York City, well, we some folks there, they partied a little too much.
Right? I mean, there's no slowing down. People see things to do. That's why he chose Lucerne to help manage a bunch of those funds. And he designed the car state. Lucerne, bring it on.
Welcome to Fitting In. Welcome to Staying Out. Welcome to Welcome In. Welcome to the world of Mercedes-Benz. Experience the incredible luxury and tech for yourself with great offers on GLC during the World celebration.
Thought they were building off like a Steinway? Well, they're very formed up. Surprise! DirecTV got hot. Meanwhile, I played in high school. Oh, I like this. Nice. Hey, it's never been easier to keep up with your favorite sports on live TV and streaming apps. So, wait, there's no ice cream in this. I'll never want to put that.
You need still this?
Even had a few screws left over. It's important. It's not worth compromising. That's why the farmer, quality and safe, we talking farmers.
When it comes to my daily heart health supplement, I've got 3 rules. It's got to be plant-based, it's got to be doctor recommended, and it's got to be super beef for humans.
Superbeats is the #1 cardiologist recommended beet brand for heart health support. The clinically studied raising extra for nearly 2 times more effective blood pressure support than diet and exercise alone.
Super beef works. I feel that it really gonna work.
Try keeping it up. Everything down.
Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator promotes thicker, fuller, healthier hair in just 3 weeks. Hair Growth Accelerator contains a clinically studied key ingredient that quickly accelerates hair growth and reduces fine lines and wrinkles. Search Amazon now for Force Factor Hair Growth Accelerator.
Boys and girls all over the world are being abused and tortured.
The worst moments of these children's lives are being videotaped and they're being shared with other offenders all over the world.
Many people would refer to this as CSAM, child sexual abuse material.
They are suffering and they don't think that anyone is coming to help them. But we can. We can build that army and we can go get them.
How are you doing? Before I found home, I was struggling. No energy, no sleep drive, anything. It was a huge wake-up call when I found out it wasn't just getting old. It was my own started a simple blood work, testing over 40 biomarkers, including testosterone. It was a personalized plan just for me. And my doctor recommended a medication that got delivered right to my door. Now I've got the energy, focus, and strength I thought I'd lost. Oh no. The safest way to replay your life on your terms. Start at homehealth.com/TV. After 250 years, the American experiment still isn't finished. It's been done. Not with fast and with your hand. Their life. Generations of wondering, this ever begin. 250 years later.
VisionWorks makes things simple. We organize strengths by shaping the parts. Oh, I love these. Change your mind. Yeah, that's things my mind. There's our 100-day guarantee. VisionWorks. See the difference.
So Fox News alert. President Trump says a deal with Iran is now complete. Moments ago, he announced on Truth Social that the straightforward moves will open without a toll and that the authorized removal of the U.S. naval blockade will go back to us. Bring back training live in Philippines before he takes training.
Yeah, during a major announcement by President Trump after more than 100 days, the state of war between the United States and Iran, a deal has been reached. President Trump posted on Truth Social saying the deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran is now complete. Congratulations to all. The president goes on to say, I hereby fully authorize the toll-free opening of the Strait of Hormuz and simultaneously herewith authorize the immediate removal of the United States naval blockade. Ships of the world, start your engines, let the oil flow. President Donald J. Trump. The president making this announcement on his birthday to the White House in Washington. There was another statement released by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, one of the key mediators in the conversations that led to this agreement to end the conflict between the United States and Iran. The Pakistani Prime Minister made a lengthy
See,
announcement.
this guy was so close, and this motherfucker just had to ruin it.
The Prime Minister says there will be an official signing ceremony on Friday, June 19th in Switzerland. So again, a major development here as President Trump announces there is a deal with the Islamic Republic of Iran. The Strait of Hormuz is open once again. Those vessels that are trapped in the Persian Gulf will be able to export that crude oil from these Gulf countries. The naval blockade lifted on Iranian ports. And these detailed discussions on Iran's nuclear program set to begin. A major development in the Middle East, and for the first time in months, the region is breathing a sigh of relief.
I want to get into your experience, the conversation you've had, the sorts of things of that nature. What does this mean in your mind right now? So we say we're moving the blockade. Obviously, we're not taking all our naval assets out of the region. He says that he's authorized the toll-free opening. He has assurances from Iran they're not going to try and put that toll on ships. I know that a senior administration official did a briefing a couple of days ago and said, hey, it'll be kind of a slow walk because certain companies, certain countries aren't as sure as others that that strait is not mine, and we're still kind of building confidence. So what do you think the first steps of third parties will be, those ships and other countries, things of that nature?
Well, I think that the president getting this across the finish line tonight was very significant because remember, Israel was bracing for the possibility of incoming Iranian ballistic missiles just hours ago.
Yeah.
And the president clearly got on the phone and told them, hold your fire, sign the deal. That's what happened here. And again, this announcement by the Prime Minister of Pakistan, along with the announcement by President Trump on Truth Social. The fact that there is an immediate opening of the Strait of Hormuz is significant because this is 50% of what the plan
Oh.
is trying to get. The other 50% has to do with Iran's nuclear program, and these detailed discussions will take place in the days and weeks ahead. When we think back to when Operation Epic Fury began, there was one goal that President Trump had, and he told us this goal over and over again when we would speak with the president. He said Iran did not have a path to a nuclear weapon. And during Operation Epic Fury, not only was the Iranian military degraded, but you also had this naval blockade of Iranian ports that was crippling the Iranian economy. It put the Iranian regime up against.
Sorry, I didn't get that. If you do not have a Capital One card, if it is longer scope, or you need time to search, just let me know. Otherwise, please stay on digital lab or issue your card again. One moment, while I look up your account. Now, tell me, why are you calling today?
It's coming from my grandma's TV.
You still have $25,448.51.
Reporters late last week, and he indicated as part of this memorandum of understanding nuclear weapons. But they'll also agree to this process that will ultimately lead to the highly enriched uranium that is currently buried deep underground in the aftermath of Operation Midnight Hammer to be diluted and destroyed. And remember that highly enriched uranium is what is needed to create a nuclear weapon. It's what the Iranians said they had enough of to create 11 nuclear bombs. And it's one of the main reasons that President Trump ordered Operation Epic Fury. When we think back, though, to what this agreement means moving forward, we have to look also into the sanctions relief for the Iranian regime. The Iranians will receive some sanctions relief, but according to this senior administration official, this is contingent on the Iranians upholding their end of the bargain. And so they're not going to get any sort of relief unless they are moving forward with keeping the Strait of Hormuz open and ensuring that this nuclear material is ultimately exported or destroyed inside of their country. And so, again, this is a new chapter in the region, and it's not going to necessarily go perfectly smoothly. But the fact that this announcement, especially from the Prime Minister of Pakistan, includes a ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon, which means Hezbollah, it's a new opportunity for the region, and it's
Boom!
for the region to look forward and past this round of conflict. And there will be a lot of statements made by the Iranian regime in the days ahead. It will not be uncommon to see officials in Tehran focus on one specific part of the agreement that looks good for the Iranians. But that is what they do, and it's often how they use state media. It's important to look at the deal as a whole and what it means. And it means the Strait of Hormuz is immediately open. The U.S. naval blockade of Iranian ports is lifted, and ultimately you're not going to see this exchange of fire taking place across the region like we've seen for the past 3.5 months. And so it is a new step in a new direction for the Middle East. And as the president has reiterated in the conversations that we've had during interviews with the commander-in-chief, he is looking for a situation in the Middle East that leads to more peace and prosperity. You have the normalization deals and the efforts toward a deal between Israel and Lebanon to ultimately disarm Hezbollah. You have the Abraham Accords that normalize ties between the UAE and Israel, and Bahrain and Israel and others. And those are really the best example from the first Trump administration of the opportunity that exists in the region. When we first started reporting here in the Middle East, I arrived here 8 years ago, you couldn't fly on a plane from Tel Aviv to Dubai. One of the most popular for Israelis and Emiratis. And so you have this situation where there is opportunity in the aftermath. And so, again, the implementation of the deal is very different than signing a deal, but this is the first step toward opening the Strait of Hormuz and ultimately entering into those more detailed discussions on Iran's nuclear program.
Trey, on that point, this news, this announcement obviously is very significant. And we're treating it as major breaking news because it is. And I think a lot of viewers at home might be wondering, okay, good, there's a deal. They've got this signing ceremony apparently on deck for next Friday, this coming Friday in Switzerland. That's all wonderful, but is it a good deal? Assessing that is going to depend on the details of what is on the paper that they're all inside. When are we going to get a real sense of what's actually in the document in a concrete sense? Because we've heard assurances from administration officials saying it'll be X, Y, and Z, which sound promising to me. Then you hear the spin from the Iranian regime, which gets then disputed or swallowed down. When will we all get a sense of what's actually in this deal? Do you have any sense on the timeline there?
The short answer is we don't know. The latest information that we have with regard to the details of this agreement came from a senior administration official on Friday who briefed a small group of journalists. And within this, we got details on the timeline and how things will unfold. This is not immediate relief for the Iranians. They will have to adhere to their end of the bargain before they see any sort of relief for their country. But remember, it wasn't just the United States that had a say in what was taking place. It was also these Gulf countries like Qatar and Pakistan. Pakistan, obviously, not a Gulf country, but certainly a mediator in all of this. But there were countries involved, and they had a say in how this would unfold. Understanding that Iran is notoriously difficult to deal with at the negotiating table. And this was a challenge for the Trump administration because this is a country that ultimately kept stepping back from the table. And every time the Trump administration offered an olive branch to Iran, they wouldn't take it. And we saw this last week. It was a moment that I would say was a turning point that actually led to this agreement taking place. President Trump was sitting in the Situation Room, and he was joined by Vice President Vance and his special envoys, Witkoff and Kushner. And they were at the table, and I was speaking with the president on the phone, and another phone rang inside the Situation Room, and it was the Iranians. And ultimately, the president left our call, answered their call, and they were asking to stop the bombing. And ultimately, he did. And he said, you have to sign the agreement, and I'll stop the bombing. But this moment set things advance. It advanced the conversation to a place that actually allowed this agreement to get signed. Because again, the Iranians, according to President Trump, were tapping the United States along. And ultimately, the United States, after the Apache helicopter was taken down by an Iranian drone, responded with heavy airstrikes. They also included 49 Tomahawk missiles launched toward targets as close as 40 miles from the capital of Tehran. And this sent a very clear message to the Iranian regime. If you don't want to resolve this at the negotiating table, it won't be resolved on the battlefield.
Boom!
They can look at the production lines for the ballistic missile and drone programs that exist in their country. And then they have a question to ask themselves. Is it worth it at this point? After Iran's supreme leader, the Ayatollah Khamenei, was killed, along with 40 other senior officials, the second tier of officials in Iran taken out. And again, it raised this question to the regime. Is it worth it? And ultimately, they decided to take this diplomatic path. And according to President Trump and the Prime Minister of Pakistan, they have signed a deal.
Former President Obama was on TV earlier today saying, whatever deal the president is able to sign, that it wouldn't be much different than his deal, the JCPOA. Can you tell us how this deal is different and how it's better?
So broadly speaking, the JCPOA deal negotiated under President Obama
Okay,
allowed
let me.
Iran a path toward a nuclear program.
Awesome. Awesome.
That's really
It's an awesome video.
These deals here, and I don't want to give you too much of a lesson on enrichment, but it's actually quite important when we're talking about the Obama deal versus the deal that's just signed right now. During the Obama administration, it allowed Iran to continue enriching uranium. The way uranium is enriched, the uranium ore is actually extracted from the ground, and then through a chemical process, it turns into yellow cake. And then another chemical process, it turns into hexafluoride gas. They spin that gas very rapidly in advanced centrifuges, and ultimately, the heavier particles go to the outside, and the lighter ones stay in the middle. And this is repeated over and over again until you get to a higher purity of enriched uranium. And to take enriched uranium from, let's say, 5 to 10% to 20%, ultimately to 60%, and eventually 90%, which is weapons grade material, can be a matter of weeks, if not days. And so allowing the Iranians to keep advanced centrifuges and then enrich uranium eventually closer to weapons grade material set them on a path toward a weapon, because that is a process that is needed to create a nuclear weapon, even if they weren't doing it at that moment. This agreement does not allow the Iranians, according to the senior administration official, to keep any of their enriched material. And that means they're not going to be able to repeat that process in advanced centrifuges. And then once U.S. forces leave the region, increase the purity of the enriched uranium again for a nuclear weapon. And so it's quite different in that regard. The sanctions relief is also different because the sanctions relief is contingent on the Iranians adhering to their end of the bargain.
You know, guys, when we hear about things like sanctions, for example, the amount of sanctions that have gone on Russia, the amount of sanctions that have been on for a really long time. One, sanctions on North Korea. And we said, believe it, probably half of a nuclear program of non-functional weapons at this point. And the reason why I bring that up is this seems like such a different scenario in the world than when the JCPOA was signed. For example, there have been years of since February, well, there's been a lot of direct attacks in Iran, but normally back in the 2024 and 2025, 40 years, we have attacked at will. It was the right thing to do. Then you have the Abraham Accords. You have in February, just right after the initiation of that victory, Iran attacks.
Depending how close he is to an entry point indicates what position on the layout to place with the dummy to block Wilbur from entering that entry point. However, the more you move the dummy, the more power he wastes, which can be refilled with defeating the officer.
Anything we've ever had before.
Yeah, absolutely. When you think about these Gulf countries like Qatar, Bahrain, Kuwait, the UAE, these are countries that the Iranians, during Operation Epic Fury, came out and said that they were friendly with, and then bombed their civilian population with medium-range ballistic missiles and drones. And so when we look at that at face value, it is a stark contrast to what we've seen from the Trump administration as it relates to those Gulf countries. These Gulf countries have interestingly been working together in a joint defense as a result of the coordination behind the scenes from the Trump administration. And some of that has to do with the trust that was built actually all the way back to the agreement that was reached between Israel and Hamas inside Gaza to free the hostages and end the war there. And it's all connected because there was a moment where you had President Trump and you had his envoys in the region, Jared Kushner and Steve Witkoff. And it's a very interesting but long story. But the short story is that the president actually got on the phone to get the agreement to cross the finish line. And when this was taking place, you had his envoys in the region building trust between these Gulf countries because they understood that the next hurdle to peace was ultimately the Iranian regime that was dealt with during Operation Epic Fury.
Actually, thank you so much for bringing this breaking news to us. Please stay with us. Joining us now by phone is Vice President J.D. Vance. Mr. Vice President, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Yeah, of course, good to be with you. This seems like
Weekdays at Wilbur's.
Finish line. It seems like there's an actual peace deal, at least at the moment, that's agreed upon and ready for signing. I'd love you to tell us your thoughts on it.
Well, first of all, I've got to give the people of the United States of America thank the forward to the president's leadership and the hard work of the entire team.
Then you probably die.
I think we're forward to the American people to appreciate what this deal does for all of us as Americans. Number one, this is the immediate delivery of the straight reform that supports the lifting of the naval blockade that we've had on Iran along with it. The number two thing that needs is the that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon, not just pursue nuclear weapon, procure or try to buy a nuclear weapon as well. That's the agreement. It is a third thing. Clear. If Iran doesn't resolve their problem, so there's an approach here where we verify benefit so long as Iran meets the obligation. But if the Iranians comply with their deal, it is going to fundamentally transform.
I thought this would be a regular gameplay, but I feel wrong.
It's going to make the Middle East more accessible. It's going to be a lot of prosperity, lower energy prices for the American people. This region of the world has been a basket case for my entire life and longer.
Once I actually figure out the controls of this damn game, I would actually play this. Like, I'm watching a video that is related to this game. I'm watching a gameplay of this before I can watch the real Weekdays at Wilbur's 2. Whoa. Whoa. Whoa.
Mr. Vice President, first of all, congratulations. It's a great day for our country on President Trump's birthday, no less. I wanted to ask you, Mr. Vice President, what your message is to the American people who have hung in there amid the high gas prices, the president posting on Truth Social, like, fire up your engine, let the oil flow. A lot of Americans are excited and relieved to see that. We know it's not going to happen all at once, but what is your message to the American people when their primary concern is that price at the pump?
Well, I guess my primary
When he is near an entry point,
because your patient.
if he disappears from all cameras, he's on one of the entry hallways around. So I don't know, closest to where he's probably to love him. And I just sent wherever he can speak. Seamate Seagull follows a path from one end of the map to the other. When he's on camera on the entry point, he will go to your left hallway. Hold your light on him to ascend his path.
What the president has done is created the real space to transform that region, cooperation between all Arab allies and the Israelis, and now hopefully a new era with the Iranians. Again, we're going to verify and ensure that they're meeting their the bargains.
Dismantled Wilbur.
Great thing for the American people. I know that they suffer from high gas prices. The president has
Dismantled Seamate Seagull.
that fact. But what
Dismantled Sheldon.
right now the cost of energy, not just now, but for the long
The
term.
dummy.
They create a real engine of
Oh, so that's what the dummy looks like. I thought it was a random prop in the office just charging.
the same risk of chaos that we had for the last
Old Sammy.
to the American people. I know that this has been a hard time for a lot of Americans, but we've achieved something great for them.
Old Sheldon.
Mr. Vice President.
Wilbur, Siegel,
I want
Sheldon.
behind the scenes tonight.
So there's a Sammy.
Announcement by the Iranians that they were planning to strike Israel after Israeli strikes targeted the Lebanese capital of Beirut, going after Hezbollah there. And ultimately, this agreement was reached, a ceasefire on all fronts, including Lebanon. Could you take us behind the scenes of what that moment was like leading up to this deal actually being signed?
Well, Trey, you're exactly right. I mean, after the Israeli stuff struck Beirut, we were very alarmed. You saw a lot of evidence that the Iranians were want a large number of missiles at the Israelis. With our communication with them over the course of getting to this.
If Sheldon or Sammy are on a camera next to your office, wind up the opposite wind-up toy to attract them to the other side of the building. Do this while winding up the elevator button on the other panel.
Wants to make this deal happen. There's, of course, the Hezbollah terrorist organization. Some elements of that organization are still threatening the Israelis.
What?
A number of different pieces that are moving issues. Just not even a ceasefire.
Oh, okay.
To take root. People are very good over there and fighting each other. They haven't quite learned how to make peace. But I think under the president's leadership, we've turned over new leaf. We're going to keep on working at it. I'm not going to say that everybody's going to sing Kumbaya tomorrow. It's going to take a little bit of time to learn the ways of peace. But I do think we've took a major step tonight.
Mr. Vice President Scott Benson.
Mr. Vice President.
Go ahead, Trey.
And Mr. Vice President, we understand there will be a signing ceremony in Geneva, Switzerland later this week. Will you attend that ceremony?
I think we're still figuring out the logistics on who's going to attend that signing ceremony. I certainly plan to be there, but it's possible the president himself could be there. We'll figure it out, Trey, but what we know is that we've got a lot of work to do, but a very big win for the American people tonight. We're just going to keep on working at it, keep on driving energy prices down, keep on ensuring that that region of the world is less of a basket case, and finally, most importantly, celebrate the fact that I think we can say with confidence that Iran will never have a nuclear weapon. We got a lot of work to do, but a big win tonight. Thank you all.
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. Congratulations. Chuck, I know you're still with us. I'd love for you to react to what the Vice President just said.
Look, what the Vice President said is what we've been hearing from President Trump and the administration since day one of Operation Epic Fury. The reason that the region is here is to ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon or path to a program that would eventually allow them to create one or purchase one on the black market, for example. And this deal, according to the Vice President, he says does that. And so the two key objectives the Trump administration wanted to reach, the Vice President says they could reach, opening the Strait of Hormuz and ensure that the Iranians are not going to have a path to a nuclear weapon. Again, when we step back here and we look at the damage caused to the Iranian regime, this is also significant because Iran's ballistic missile program threatened U.S. forces and allies across the Middle East. We saw that during the 40 days of Operation Epic Fury. And the fact that the United States and Israel took out many of the production lines belonging to the Iranians that created these ballistic missiles and these drones that were threatening allies and U.S. forces in the region, it makes the regime weaker. And it also gives the United States and Israel still the over-the-horizon capabilities, if something were to change in the future, to not only monitor the situation, but maintain a military posture in the Middle East. This is not what the Iranians wanted. Remember, what the Iranians wanted when they first entered into negotiations. They wanted to keep their highly enriched uranium. They wanted U.S. forces to leave all bases across the Middle East. And ultimately, they wanted control of the Strait of Hormuz. And so the Iranians did not get what they want out of this deal, but ultimately they got enough that they were willing to sign. And it's an indication that the Trump administration was able to create an agreement that the Iranians could stomach. And so the region now, again, is breathing a sigh of relief for the first time in more than 100 days after there was significant damage caused in the Middle East. And again, the hope here, as the Vice President noted, is that this is going to usher in a new chapter for the Middle East. And we heard from President Trump about 2 weeks ago, and he called regional countries in the Gulf that were working alongside the United States to work with Israel and normalize ties, the Abraham Accords, to join and ultimately do what the Emiratis have done, build this upgrade in Morocco, and create a situation where there is economic prosperity and opportunity. And future, not the past, that has often engulfed this region in death and destruction. And so again, this is a new chapter. You look at a deal signed at the end of the very different things. But in terms of what the Vice President had to say, it appears that the United States got everything they wanted at the negotiating table, and they are looking forward to what comes next in the region.
You know, Trey, we just heard there from the Vice President. He laid out the 3 big points in his mind that are so significant here. Number 1 was the immediate reopening of the strait, plus the lifting of the U.S. naval blockade. Number 3 was emphasizing the point you've just been discussing about the contingent nature of the sanctions relief. The administration is calling this performance-based. That second one, though, Jimmy, is the key one, which is Iran's nuclear program. And not just assurances from that they will see a nuclear program in the future, but an actual verification regime within this deal that's embedded into it. When you think about interested parties in the region in particular, whether it's in Israel or something, what are they going to be looking for?
Fucking damn it.
Concrete elements when it comes to verification. Because for me,
It always just keeps falling. How was the fall?
So there are 2 major things. One,
Be all like, how was the fall?
advanced centrifuges that
What the fuck?
are part of that
There we go.
enrich uranium and pure
No.
weapon-grade material.
Marionette.
And the second would be to ensure that the
Spring trap.
that only exists inside of Iran, not just the highly enriched material at 60% purity, but all of the enriched material, is ultimately exported or destroyed and diluted inside of Iran. If those 2 things are reached, with the verification not just of the United States, but of the International Atomic Energy Agency and other independent parties, then you have a situation where the region can rest assured that the Iranians are not working toward a nuclear weapon. And remember how close that they got before. That they opened their negotiations before Operation Epic Fury began by telling U.S. negotiators they had enough highly enriched uranium to create 11 nuclear bombs. And as we saw during Operation Epic Fury, they have a ballistic missile program that can reach well beyond their borders, not just in Israel, but as far as Turkey, we saw during the war. And of course, those Gulf countries. And so when you combine those two things, it's a very dangerous element for a country that is so unpredictable to have. And that is why that war and the operation during Epic Fury began. And it's why this negotiated settlement, according to the vice president, is going to ensure that the Iranians never have the ability to obtain a nuclear weapon. And the destruction, again, caused to the Iranian military, the production lines for the ballistic missiles and drones, and of course the destruction to the Navy is significant. And it certainly sets the Iranian regime back. And for Iran, when we think about their that's why I told you they are going to release a lot of information and propaganda about what this deal means. They're going to focus on what it means for the Iranians because they have to sell the deal to their people. There are 90 million people in Iran. And remember how Iran became part of the conversation again this year. It started with demonstrations in late December and early January, where these protesters were in the streets of Iranian cities, and they were met with live ammunition. President Trump says around 42,000 Iranians were slaughtered in the streets of their country. And why were they in the streets? Because they were demonstrating against the economic situation inside of Iran. Iranian officials in the capital, Tehran, were considering moving the capital city because they couldn't get fresh water to their own people. And so the domestic pressure and problems for the Iranian regime, they're just beginning. But as it relates to these external issues and this agreement with the United States of America, again, it appears that President Trump got exactly what he wanted. To ensure that Iran does not have a path to a nuclear weapon, it opened the Strait of Hormuz.
Trey, you on the ground there in Tel Aviv, and you've been covering Israel for the past several years now. What do you think that people in Israel will think about this deal? Will they trust it? I mean, these are people who are running into bomb shelters every other week for incoming bombs and missiles. What do you think people think about this deal?
Yeah, it's a great question. And when we think about the Israeli people, they have lived the threat of the Iranian regime firsthand. And Iranian proxies like Hamas, the Houthis, and Hezbollah. Hamas launched a brutal terrorist attack on October 7th of 2023 in southern Israel and slaughtered 1,200 Israelis. Hezbollah has routinely launched drones and rockets over the border into northern Israel and even central Israel, displacing tens of thousands of Israelis. The Houthis in Yemen have launched ballistic missiles and drones at this country, sending millions of people into bomb shelters. And of course, the Iranian regime has killed dozens of people. We saw it on the first day of Operation Epic Fury, about 10 minutes from where I'm standing. A ballistic missile slammed into an apartment block, killing somebody. And the destruction was widespread. And so the Israelis understand this firsthand. And I can tell you, having talked to so many different Israeli officials, I've interviewed Prime Minister Netanyahu during Operation Epic Fury, and constantly being in contact with sources here, they were never opposed to a deal. They were opposed to a bad deal. And ultimately, for Israel, the good deal will ensure that Iran never has a nuclear weapon. And so certainly they are interested in that verification process that the vice president talks about, because they want to make sure that Iran never has a path to a nuclear weapon, because Iran is a country who has both publicly and privately said they plan to destroy Israel. And so certainly there will be questions about the details of this agreement, but we'll have to wait for the final document to be released.
Trey, if Israel and Hezbollah going at it almost stopped this deal from getting signed, President Trump has to get on the phone and say, stop, no, to both. Don't respond, don't respond. This deal signed. We remove the blockade. Iran will do their end on imposing tolls. We start to get rid of the line countermeasures in the strait. And something happens. Hezbollah fires rockets. Israel takes out Al-Baghdadi target. I know Israel wants kind of a demilitarized zone in southern Lebanon. That's kind of their end goal, is to have an area there that makes them feel safer from Hezbollah. Do you feel like in this next, I wouldn't say 60 days, because that's what's kind of been reported, but we don't really know what this process looks like specifically. But in 2 weeks, something happens. Do you feel like that's something that...
Okay, that's it. I'm done.
The U.S. and Iran understand.
Okay, that's it. I have it gone.
Iran and that's secondary to tertiary actors that can't necessarily be willing once it's going down this path.
It's a good question, and if I learned anything covering the Middle East for the past 8 years, it's to not predict the future.
That's right.
We simply don't know.
Yeah.
And things change here very rapidly, and you can have a deal in place one day, and the next day there are missiles overhead. But as it relates to the situation today, we can analyze what happened earlier today. And there was a situation where, after the Israelis were taking incoming drone and rocket attacks over the border, they responded with a strike against the Dakia neighborhood of southern Beirut. And this is a Hezbollah stronghold, and they killed a Hezbollah commander. And Iran had attached the situation between Hezbollah and Israel to the broader agreement with the United States. And then almost immediately we heard Iranian officials saying they are going to respond. I talked to President Trump in between that time, and he told me, he said to Israel, stop striking Lebanon so that we can get this deal done. He told specifically the Prime Minister in a call that exact thing. But then he said he was going to go on the phone with the Iranians and ensure that they didn't launch missiles at Israel as to not derail this process. And it shows you just how delicate diplomacy can be on the battlefield. Because one specific incident, one strike, can change the entire equation. But clearly, according to Vice President Vance, President Trump, again, got directly involved and saved this agreement from derailing. And it's been signed now by both sides, and they're going to have this official signing ceremony in Switzerland later this week. But that's a specific example of something that can go wrong. If the Israelis come under attack, they say to Fox News they are going to reserve the right to respond. And if Hezbollah responds and the Iranians tie counterstrikes to the situation as it relates to this broader agreement, it certainly could be an issue. And so it's something we're going to watch in the days and weeks ahead. And again, it's impossible to predict the future here. We just don't know what it's going to look like. But we do know that the Israelis say they will maintain their ability to defend their country and ensure that their civilians who have been displaced from northern Israel can return to their homes.
Trey, kind of on that point, what does reneging or backing out of this deal look like for Iran in terms of our response to that?
Dr. Pepper.
Performance based. Well, what if they don't live up to that performance?
But Dr. Pepper.
In your estimation, that next action is back on the table? Do they go back to the negotiating table? I know that you don't have a crystal ball and you're not necessarily privy to all of those conversations, but from your perspective, we've seen Iran kind of renege on their end of the bargain a few times. So I'm wondering what that looks like.
Yeah, it's an important thing to look at here because in any agreement, a deal can be violated. And if that takes place, we're told by U.S. officials that both the military option and diplomacy remain on the table as possible responses depending on what a violation would look like. But what the deal has done, and this is really important how President Trump has structured this deal, he has made the deal contingent on Iran actually adhering to their end of the bargain. And so the Iranians are not going to get any sanctions relief unless they do what they say they're going to do. So if Iran threatens the Strait of Hormuz again, they're not going to get the sanctions relief. If they don't allow the process to take place as it relates to their nuclear program, they're not going to get the sanctions relief. And that's what they're after here. It's a lot of money, and it's a lot of money that they need because there are a variety of different things in terms of not just rebuilding their country, but also at one point during the war, there were reports that indicated they weren't able to even pay their own forces because of the economic situation inside of Iran. And so again, they have to adhere to their end of the bargain in order to get anything in return. And so that is one reason that they would be incentivized to actually adhere to the agreement. Now, again, if they don't, in the past they haven't. Good. That's sweet space.
mercy. All the times that I've seen this, I just find it overwhelming.
I remember struggling to keep my kids awake so they could watch. That's what I did.
He said that the total cost was $25 billion in 1969.
Give or take. I can get you the exact advice for
Please do. To the study. Details make the story and some of the personal anecdotes.
we're loaded with those too. Problem. It's right here. Sam, you're on speaker. Hi, Jeff. Let's check it out. That old boy treat you right?
Mr. Ravis has been wonderful, Sam.
Must be one of his good days. Make sure he shows you the spinner tomorrow. Listen, one. What would it take to make you the happiest man in Greater Houston? The president? 75 years. Bless you, pal. Saving money. You know what? Any chance you get that down here? Better. They'll be ready in an hour. We'll have them by the feet, guard. I'm sure. Right, fine.
Twixter. Ugh! What the fuck? What the?
Watch all this lesson. What does it know?
Yep.
Research done here for a book. That's right. One more than your basket. It's a lot of fun. It's a big old drive. Oh, that's right. Yeah. Then you'd be real proud. A nice plane would come down and see some work. You know, I realized you're very good. Would you like some dessert?
Cocky cheeses.
I'll see you, Jessica. We'll see you later.
Cindy, if it's hand of the drinks today would be nice.
They asked me first. Oh, yeah. Oh, I don't see it.
Oh, good.
Oh, hospital.
Ooh, cool.
You're rattling and I'm giving you all.
Are you sure? You shouldn't just stop this happening.
Just.
No! No! No!
Oh, yeah, sure. Well, the next time, believe it, she was time and tell her we will continue. What? Going home. This was some computers of some kind. The hijack makes sense. What doesn't require doing open road in broad daylight. Where are you heading? NASA. Where's the industries? Those gizmo LG computers. They were $35,000 a piece, part of a special project. NASA's babysitting. I'm not trying to blame you. Last year was a disaster. If I blow this contract, commercial electronics.
No.
Sherry could have told me that somebody riding shotgun. You've got a note due next month. That's why I threw the business. I didn't want you to have to try to give profits. I never said a word. Why I'm so sorry to hear that. This is nothing. It's the ups and downs of this business. Recessions and everything. Well, how long will it take to replace those computers then? Weeks, I'm afraid. If you, I might be able in a couple of days to supply enough to keep the project going. A little dicey. Anyway, we get home, right? Rob, we don't ask for handouts. And we sure as hell will take it. I suppose. Got your truck in a ravine near Fort Preston. Total. Trailer's empty. That's about 100 miles back roads across country. What they're doing. But you need no incriminating evidence. No cargo, no fingerprints, nothing.
Feces.
You want to change before you sign it? Like what? Before I over Lone Star Insurance tells me you were coming for replacement value of a new truck. The odometer in that rig you lost had 297,000 miles on it. Just what the hell are you trying to say, buddy? It's called doing my job. Yeah, well, why don't you put that famous criminology degree of Mr. Picky's go play Sherlock with the bad guys? I agree just that. Right. Celeste, I'm not really sure I vote. You know, Wayne, I don't think that Sheriff Bundy was making any accusations. Yes. I'm sorry, we didn't exactly play that in the state of this. What? Ever since Lynn died last year, it's just got its tail spin. Business goes south. Didn't act to God, whatever. You got wrong. Oh, wait, this new ain't part of trucking. No, this dead set will be at St. Dennis's, Ginsburg, and Nashville. Well, why not? If Rob's who made the news, it's his about the trucking business. Who has a deep trouble?
Idiot, you could have killed him.
Really?
I mean, hijacking is one thing, but murder.
Come on, Wade's covering the bottom of your boots.
Maybe you could use some more help out there.
I work with no one I can't trust. It's my bottom. Unless, of course,
Fucking
your name.
A demo.
Get out.
I think it was gonna say project readjusted, but that starts at either 9 p.m. or 10 p.m.
It's a record. How long do you figure for the Delta? It's big.
It's really fancy, Randy. You know, the whole time people there back, everything looks like just don't care about me the way the world does. If your daughter likes it better than she likes it, you know.
Sure, that's your old bad mouth to it.
Well, never, but she tried far worrying child support things. He hates you, that's for sure. I can see. Let go. Randy, let go of me. Understand? I'll ask you. Who are you around for your own turn? It's like, well, it's the long stuff around town. Oh, get out.
Like this son of a bitch is a sin. Boop, boop, boop.
More time.
What numbers? It just says call. Call.
Robbie, if you think that, I believe you. Because he's about to told you that me. There's never going to be a right moment unless you make it. I'm divorced. But I've got a little child. It's not going to change.
See, I promise you.
Who the fuck are any of you?
For instance, you were going to get some extension. That was before the hijacking. They get their money or they're going to foreclose, period. That's not all. Floyd's called. We're not renewing our insurance policy. It expires today at noon.
Come on, Dirk. I gotta run the posters tonight with Sam shipment to move tomorrow. I can't risk that with our coverage. Leave it on the phone. Find me another carrier.
I already tried. It seems that we're in bad risk. High mileage equipment, all the breakdowns, and now this.
All right. Well, the show was too busy. Too busy.
It's not fair. None of this is his fault.
Frank's had this fault. He dropped out of college. Well, I said, hang on, bar. I said, no cocktail waitress.
It's been
Oh. Which one was the Choco Heezes? Damn. Wait, I went too far down.
I know.
I think no, it's not.
Expect you walk into a mess like this.
Yes, that's right. Public demo.
Cereal cheese. How that happens. There is cheese. 10 gigabytes per second, 500 meg the RAM shared memory multi-processor. So what are we talking? On the street? Check that out, baby. 18, maybe 19 grand. That's a lot. Everything is 75. Tops. And the original cartons I drove, 2,500 piece. 2,500? Forget about it. You think I'm all in? You doing for lunch? Big risk. Well, excuse me, I got to load these stuff. He's on home shopping. That's what. 35. Okay, yeah. Done. I'll let you know when it's ready.
Public demo.
You'll make it late Friday. Well, don't forget the late. I should just double. What I'm doing is this. Waiting was short last week. I didn't get paid. Now that's not the problem. I'm not the one that lifted $20,000 in the gym. And as I've told you once or twice before, I'm sure you would love to know about it. I'll stay tuned to your money. Well, now that's real smart, man. Especially now that his wife's with the ages beyond 3. Still close to not true.
Not the big just. Oh, it's got worse. It's all that. But he's been riding me for so long.
Well, he's always expected a lot from me. Too much.
I can say. Look here. Oh. No! What? Ah, ah, Freddie and his friends have come here to stay. Is this the right one? No, super wrong.
Sure.
There are empty doors that are sitting there waiting to be filled. You can tell these dogs are so from hunger. They outside the space program.
It critical confirms my theory.
Whatever, just waiting for me that plane hijacked his own truck.
And struggle to stay afloat. Right, insurance fraud is popular.
Look at that! I've now found versus mouse all of a damn sudden.
Yes.
This is Fletcher, I'm sure I don't have the money. Sometimes people find it hard to get back, but the
Sheriff, all I need to do. But why in the world wasn't planning the crime in which he was?
No. 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 No.
He says he's got a case.
No. 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 No.
You're early.
No. I guess it is. See you.
Okay, that's it. Yes. Oh, I love
The agony facilities.
Well, I was thinking to sit down and think. He's got problems, as this now.
Does William have any competitive?
Now that's something I can fuck with.
What makes you ask that?
Well, why not?
It's a sister location fan game. What else would you even need?
That's what she did.
What else would I want explaining? Nothing.
It's so good to borrow from the wrong people. Suppose. But I just don't believe it. Hey, at the shape of this smartphone, you know, it's a fucking match with stolen computers. How barely owns this one? How it fits the slob, I'd say. After a pretty little there.
Really, I'm waiting for it. Those TVs, it's on paper. It's on motion. What's your good sir? How do you do, man? Nice to meet you. Willie, this is Lance Tech. Lance just got out of Texarkana. It's 7 for armed robbery. I thought maybe we
Take a minute, I'll jump to the phone.
what's up, bro?
Just kidding. Jim.
Expect well? Sure. Secretly run this thing for you.
I told you their name.
Oh, it's so we will. Been following that idiot all day, and I know that you got a warehouse full of hot electronic gear. I also know that your boy Randy's been cheating the hell out of you. He drove off with a half a dozen of your TVs. Came back empty.
Okay, what do you want?
I'm not reading. Same deal as before, 10%. 5, 2.
You always like smooth talk. 10%.
A lot of it's a fact. She ran off with us, right? She was protecting herself and her little girl. Let's face some realities here. How in the world do you expect to support a family? I mean, what you got on your belt is what allows you to get over to this place. You're not a pipe dream, sir. You don't understand. But you heard it. To throw your life away with some child and her mother who wants out there and kind of thinks it's a little rough. Here are your keys, Haas. I'll see you around.
Put it down in your life for good. You did a great job.
No, that's fun. When I'm still balance to roll. It's no like Spend the night in the thoughts. Stay home. I can't go to I see. Listen.
Pizza Mouse!
He told you.
Gonna take your pewter.
If you think this is about money, you got it crazy. I am marrying Howard because I love him. He loves me.
Look at this pizza.
Because no matter what is going on,
Pizza man.
I hope you can.
The jump scare wasn't even made nor animated. Creator was lazy and FNAF maker.
That's it.
Right.
Very talented boy. Yeah, we let him on and everything. It's really helping that we see more of him.
Really. For the best.
That guy. Can you make that piece of
And shades of water. Just a really screwed up thing. She had to watch every penny of her life just to keep us going. I never had that kind of penny. I'm losing Rod. I watched her. What do you think she had to say about all this?
Perhaps that it's not too late.
Ow.
Here, another Bob says I'm driving their malicious. They don't do that. Thanks. Cancel, actually. And I guess you better call Sam some of this. Well, he used to put lines on. That was about that truck. Are you sure? We'll give it a best shot, yes. So,
Yeah, that's not what it's going to be. I heard what happened on your job. Until you get that thing off.
no way. That's not my hand. Stop it.
Meg, I'm going to need a trip.
Go get him.
Blue top hat. Aww.
No one can match the intellect and big, gentle, and minute series. That hasn't stopped these guest stars.
Change the plan, Mrs. Fletcher. Gonna hit the homicide. Victim's Randy James.
Chips, peps, tip, 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 I'm gonna go. Tip, do, 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 tip, 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 tip.
Pack everything in here. That's it. So Jake Cooper, because he had
Circuit your power.
first time size, it should be difficult to make. Yeah.
Readjusted 3! Oh. Oh, I thought it was like adjusted. Oh, I thought had,
I said I came up your truck with you.
it sucked.
I am. The Richard take a lot of exam. Driving with this hammer? I've shot it still. Give me a forensics team out here ASAP. There wasn't a whole bunch of love lost between you and Victor, was there? No. I said, how much? Let's go down, Rob. You don't have to say another word when I get you over here. This guy's just looking for score and that comes from not having a clue about those hijackings. It's okay, Bob. I got nothing to hide.
Wait. Last night I went downstairs around 12:15 to get guys to help. I saw you leave the house.
I don't know where I'm still.
That might help out.
What's she live? So it's I go up and talk to her from time to time. Just I could talk to her last night. About
Make it all right.
you got to see picture that. I'm scared of these. I already told you that's the handouts. Shit, it's in town. Senate. Block. It's not close. I care. Yes.
Oh, gone.
Don't talk about Randy. You think I didn't do? Here I thought all the while they did him for me. That's right. Still for Rob Black. Not to do with you or me. Young studs fighting those are.
Some nonsense, I guess. Florida. Now that needs to get rash.
Hey, Liz. How about 15%? Oh, from the closet.
One million.
I don't know. Here to pick up when I get here. Be on.
Yeah.
Also, I'm still sorry. You know, this angle has to show up. All the things gone out here and make the decision. And now, to bury him on his grave. Well, that's the other side of the thing. They follow the bus. Well, what about the computer?
I gave it back.
What we got.
I got work to do.
Rob is under suspicion for a murder of Guido. He was just and my only interest in your affairs is how they impact Rob. Now, if you prefer, I can speak to Sheriff Lundy.
Okay. Both of them.
Excellent. You can tell me about those computers.
You gotta understand. I never touched no books except for. He was afraid he wanted to know what he could get for a lunch and ride.
Well, what should you do? And
Almost worked.
because it was designed for such a specific purpose.
I mean, because it was a job. Bad microchips. Got to get to work properly with bullets, which
So even if you try to.
Oh, come on, go.
It's possible.
Go, 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 go.
What time did you get left, bro? I told you. I never went there. I did head back to Fort Stress State. Rob, this place you see the crime. I was never there, Sheriff, and I didn't run anybody down. One of the points is so cute. Like, I need to wait outside. Was it? Right. Right. Friends, but I'm very simple and it's not really good. They intend for any case to fill up to them.
Grand, he didn't have to tie his shoes. Or perhaps he was working for somebody else. Anyone in mind? Well, he must have met a lot of people. Yeah, sure. He met people in the mall. I think you're just not facing the truth. Now, all those dudes had the hots for simple. What makes you so certain? Rob just didn't take me a side trip away as a blow to clear the way for him and Cindy.
Hey, this some old.
Thank you, Mr. Greenwood. Nobody out of this one without time and mind. So I checked out at 10480. 54798.
So he signed out when he said so.
Seems to have changed the 78 to 98.
So you're suggesting that somebody took this truck out on 20-mile joyride and tried to do it?
20 miles would be about the distance of
Right at Jinx Dent, dropped off here before I took it out.
Sure, if you have to admit it's possible.
Okay. But there's a real downside to your argument. Killer would happen on a lot on their find fucking run. Who was doing what, when they were doing it. And I'm straight back to the top.
Sharon, I want to make a confession. There's no one better than Sherlock and Watson. I'm going to ask elementary tonight, starting at 6.
To show me credit cards that will for my credit, I'm not approved. Turns out I care about my credit health too. Get the app for your big financial friend experience. Also, you know, 10 out of 10.
They don't like it's a 95% total mix. Similar to all else.
Somebody's been talking about this now. Because I was being honest. You, the sport justice.
And the fingerprint says, I'm told this. The Cologuard Plus test. Non-invasive, no prep, it's better than ever. For people 45 plus and after the risk. It's the box that checks all the boxes. For screening. False positive and negative results may occur. Not for those at high risk. Ask your provider. That's Cologuard Plus. Lights on.
Didn't understand you.
Lights on.
One, telephone.
Black coffee, no sugar.
Joy. Instead of building new ways for machines to talk to people, Chase is building new places for people to talk to people.
Hi.
With tech that's actually helpful at 5,000 branches in 48 states. Chase, make more of what's yours.
Need blood pressure support? Total Beats contain the key ingredient clinically shown to deliver 3 times better blood pressure support. That's why Total Beats is the #1 best-selling beats brand in America. Take control of your health with Total Beats. Search Amazon now for Total Beats. This picture of fit failure. You tried keto, tried fasting, and all you came across life and gained 182 pounds in 14 months. This is the best decision in my entire life.
Get Zepbound Your Belly in the new growth center at joinmyMD.com. This is the story of one who knows how to make preparation and bring the workday to the same still. That's why she relies on Victor, the professional food products. Call 847. Your mental health is better. But having uncontrollable violence is called TD, tardive dyskinesia. I feel embarrassing. I asked my doctor about treating my TB with Ingrezza. #1 prescribed Ingrezza reduced TB movements by greater than 10 times. With most seeing a response.
So he's just actually fucking gone.
Taking lessons on offense.
Stop your doctor if you become depressed. Stop me! Don't stuff that doesn't belong to you! Don't take Ingrezza if allergic. Serious side effects may include allergic reactions, potentially fatal swelling in eyes, sleepiness, the most common side effect, and heart-related problems. No Ingrezza affects you. Before operating the call or gene transmission, report fever, stiff muscles, or problems thinking. Mistakes might be life-threatening. Shaking, stiffness, droop, and trouble with moving of animals.
Taking control starts with asking your doctor about Ingrezza. It's the only belong to you, but still racing. It's super calm. Teach you one way. Ashwagandha, Alpine, and listen to recipe. Helps the relaxation. Super calm from them. Get in. A teacher you. Confirmation of eligibility and ready for adoption. She said it's IBS-C and Linzess to broke you out of it. Linzess is not a laxative. It's a blood-staining pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's not that helps you have worse with bowel movements and helps to meet overall adoption symptoms. Elation, discomfort, and bloating.
Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or laxative spills. Common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include cast, stomach area pain, and swelling. Imagine what would relief from IBS-C mean for you. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn how happy enough can work to help you save.
You took 20 grand for the company.
I borrowed. I got 10 days later. I needed it for months.
Wait,
What the hell did you ask? What the hell, child? Would you? You know, it's not the easiest 5 ways to read. I mean, a couple of years ago, you fired that driver because he asked for too many advances. I was scared to the pin. I needed anything from you.
so how'd you pay it back?
Party for willing.
No, wait, just let me slow down. Ray,
Which is why I am telling you this. To help Rob. A while back, I was making a payment, and I overheard Randy mention some kind of warehouse that he had in Village Junction. He didn't need all that much time.
You know, it makes sense, Sheriff. From what I understand, Randy James wasn't smart enough to run a hijacking operation all by himself.
Well, we're losing out when you can find that warehouse. Everything where it is.
Fellas. Sheriff, I think I know where to find out.
I said, I'm going to start for the drink. Bartender. I want another drink.
He was in trouble here. How smooth is it like that? I was feeling like this was left away. Ah,
Apparently, he's a redneck insurance. Somebody was all right. I guess I slept together. What's their stolen pussy? It's like that.
Brett, they're gonna come on, call the police officer, tell them to send somebody down. Oh. No. Dallas too. Was there with a couple of TVs? As large as the was. Who's that? His name is Greenwood.
Yeah, Green was pretty good.
What do you folks know me?
I think public thinking. I don't think it's too on this way, so we follow the laws.
Waiting, set me up.
Not much doubt about the hijacking, is there? Question which one can kill Randy James?
Now, wait a minute, Sheriff, not me. When she was so damn hard up, man, you
No, boy, it was him. How?
You know, I think they're close to us. Neither one of them killed Randy James.
This is what you talk.
Well, they are on these computers. I don't know.
What is it this time?
Just like they have kill refugees.
Is it so, Jess? So long as it's not allowed, I'll be satisfied.
But I don't think that you'll be happy to hear what I have to say, Wayne. Somebody wanted to make sure that your shipment didn't make it to NASA.
Now you're saying you think maybe I hijacked my own shrimp?
Spirit.
Well, great fuzzy. Except for the city. Never told her that.
But no, I asked you to call Sam. It's about the murder of Brenda Jinx.
Well, I don't get it.
I just spoke to Marissa. Mr. Roberts ran some tests on one of your hijacked computers, and he confirmed what I had suspected. That apparently you were never able to correct your quality control problems, and that's why you couldn't allow them to be developed.
For God's sake.
No.
Sam, you had my truck hijacked?
Using one thing with hijacked brain.
Your connection with whoever's close to anybody new. Or representative for that corporation. Of course, they're not passionate. What the hell's it got to do with anything? It's got to do with your contract with NASA. As long as you ship, you have to be held responsible for non-delivery.
The trouble was, Randy discovered your scam and probably tried to blackmail you. So you killed him and framed Wayne for the murder.
Except you didn't count on hurting his arm, so Bob almost didn't take it.
It's so crazy. You don't know what the hell you're talking
Sam, he knew all about how we run this place, even with spare keys somewhere.
about. Sure, folks. There's no way you can make a case for this.
And you're wrong about that, Sam. We can prove that you removed one of the stolen computers from the cab of Randy's pickup truck out in Mexico after you ran it down. Found it there in the warehouse. Willie Greenwood cut his finger. It reminded me when the sheriff and I distinctly find my notice an exposed spray on the seat of Randy's pickup truck. And beside it, on the seat, a small blood stain, as if someone had cut himself off.
Veggie, what?
It was a small bandage. I'm sure that your blood will match the stain on the seat of Randy's pickup truck.
Try to get there. Wide-eyed. See, you should have known it was my truck. I broke the license plate, Frank. That's the reason there.
Right now.
Let's go, Sam.
Yeah, plenty of time for your plane. Just got to the airport's only 45 minutes away.
We're back in business. Insurance company just told me they couldn't stay in our policy.
Hey, what you do, twisted arm?
Yes, what changed their mind, man?
They say they're bundled with all the stuff from that warehouse.
Ralph tells me that you and Meg are going to stay here with Tony soon. I'm fixing you on the honeymoon.
It's grand.
Yeah, let's really get back into the head and sleep.
Minutes.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
That's unexpected.
Next thing they're doing is
No escape.
Every 15 seconds in here, someone in jail hears the words, you have cancer. But you're not going to get most monthly cancer research that saves people's lives. Don't and would save this transition. Cancer won't wait, and neither can you. Donate today. The sweet sound of Monday morning. Somehow they're both wired and wiped out at the same time. Meet Super Calm from Miller. A simple mix helps cortisol levels to bring you back. Carrying to the entire region.
Trump also says the Strait of Hormuz will be fully reopened. We've got our favorite Jill Jones at the touch screen to break down the full scope of the conflict with Iran.
Yeah, guys, listen,
One night at Juniors.
Sure, but I'm gonna go ahead and start.
One night at Juniors are
To start this on June 21st back in 2025. This is Operation Midnight Hammer. And for all intents and purposes, this is when our military was engaged. But remember, as we were reminded earlier by either Trey or Lucas, I can't remember, in the middle of June, there was the 12 days war with Israel and Iran that really kicked off probably this year's worth of fighting when they attacked nuclear facilities. There's another thing here I want to put in your mind as well. Let me use a different color here. Since February, right here in December, January, going into 2026, that's when 1 million people took to the streets in Iran, and upwards of 40,000 of them were killed by their government. And by February 28th, Operation Epic Fury had begun. And so what happens here in June of last year, that's Operation Midnight Hammer. We talked about that. That's a 36-hour round trip to bomb the nuclear facilities in Iran. Absolute success, a record-breaking success military operation. And then just a few months later, we have what happened there in December going into January, and then in February we have Operation Epic Fury. As you go down through here, you see the search and rescue operation. That really started the idea of let's take a step back and have a ceasefire. The ceasefire obviously comes into play. We start a blockade, and then we start a season of when can we have a deal? When are we going to have a deal? Well, we had on this coming into the show tonight, June 11th, we're starting to talk about a deal. That's not the case anymore. What is it, June 14th? Now we have a deal. So now there's a deal in play. Can we make it happen?
All right, Doug, I want to discuss this next. Can you explain to us which top Iranian regime leaders have been killed in the war?
Yeah, quite a few. And
I don't know. What the fuck?
Some of the important ones, obviously, everyone knows about the Supreme Leader of Iran. Also, had the Secretary of the Supreme National Security Council, and then we were talking about this just earlier. The Basij, I'm saying that wrong, but basically, this is kind of like their National Guard on steroids. This is, I think, it's 700,000 man uniformed and armed volunteer service that operates mostly within the borders of Iran. It's different than their RGC killed their commander. Also killed the Minister of Intelligence. What's important about this list is you see four faces here, but this represents upwards of 50 Iranian leaders, not to mention hundreds. We're not really sure on the number, but reported by Israel, hundreds of leaders within the Basij, which again is kind of like their National Guard, their civilian armed force. And to say that we have decapitated the leadership leader, that's an understatement. I mean, we killed the supreme leader of Iran. And it almost was an understatement because Operation Epic Fury has already started, and we ended up with 13,000 bombing campaigns. But just to give you an idea, these are all the faces and names that were part of leading this country up until Epic Fury. They're all dead now. They're gone, along with dozens of others, 40 plus others, all dead now, all gone. So we had a guest on earlier to talk about, hey, maybe this new civilian government, the LRGC, aren't in sync. The only reason that's even possible is because of this. Now, the detractors and naysayers, when I say, well, the new faces are younger and more ambitious and worse, well, we don't know that. The new faces are the ones that are about to sign a deal with President Trump that past presidents believe probably could never happen. One that says we'll never get a nuclear weapon and we'll quit funding policies. Obviously, that isn't signed yet, but these individuals were never there, and now they're dead.
Wow, a lot has happened in this 100-day war.
Most importantly, what is it?
What military assets have the United States lost
Jump scare.
compared to Iraq during the conflict?
Yeah,
Honk, honk, honk!
because we have lost quite a bit, but not even all of it was due to Iran firing at us. But if you want to look at the tally, we lost 16 fighter jets. Obviously, some of those right off the beginning. We lost 3 F-15 Strike Eagles because Kuwait accident shot them down. Obviously, we all know the F-15 went down. They called for a rescue mission. One thing that we haven't talked a lot about, these are very expensive. We've lost 24 and 25 drones, I think 24 Predator drones. The car remember way back a decade ago,
Iran actually recovered one of these Patriot drones. We were the first in the business on this, and it used reverse engineering. And now Iran kind of felt like they had the upper hand on drones. So that shows you not all of these were shot down. Some of them were recovered by our enemy. We lost some helicopters, obviously. Some of them during that rescue as well. And so we've also lost, unfortunately, the tanker that went down that took several lives. But if you look over here, I mean, we're talking 1625 too. That sounds bad. Then look at Iran, 1626. We don't have a number because it's gone. The Navy is gone. We don't know what number. I mean, the facts books were taken out. Aircraft, 46 aircraft. The Air Force wasn't overly impressive to begin with. What was not in this number on their radars and their counter strike mechanism or systems that they bought from China that we showed to be absolutely ineffective the night that Operation Epic Fury began. So take that off the table. They can't see what's coming. They're blind now. That's important. And in military bases, we've struck 50 plus military bases. Don't have a great battle damage assessment on the wiped out, how many more there are. But 50 plus bases, we've been able to strike Iran at will whenever we wanted to. The only thing they have been able to do is
Ultimate custom, ultimate custom, ultimate custom, ultimate, ultimate, ultimate. Ultimatum, 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 ultimatum,
very minimal loss for us.
ultimatum,
But they don't
ultimatum.
have what it takes here to attack eventually. That's why
This is fake.
you don't make money and get it out that hey, we're getting rid of that.
Ultimate.
Here's how play out some of the huge achievements that the military
Spring jaw,
Dodge during this
purple thing. Where's purple thing? Or who is purple thing? What purple thing though?
The idea of ending this war without showing the faces and knowing the names or showing the names of the 13 individuals that have died in this war. These are heroes. These are people that many of them, when they went on to the deployment, they went on their dying on, didn't know war was going to be on the other end.
Pingus, 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 pingus.
In July 2011. And before they get out of boot camp, they enlisted the ultimate military, no idea that they're going to be deployed now. Some of these were in that situation. Some of these were already there. You have the Fifth Fleet, the station at Bahrain. And so you have individuals that were already there, and you have individuals that put their bags together and left on moment's notice. Some of them were killed in the aircraft accidents.
The Dark Knights at Dumbles.
Heroes and 13. It's an interesting number because the amount of folks that are down at the Abbey Gate in Afghanistan. Equal heroes, with the 26 of them together being the loss of life as of late. A few others actually in Iraq or Syria earlier this year, of course, and then 2 others. But these 13 here, their sacrifice, the honor of it or the result of it, maybe the ending of a war that we have dreaded for decades. What they fought and won for this country, maybe removing the threat of Iran and also the proxies that they fund. We don't know. That's what we hope. And, that's just we need to take a moment to remember them and know that this war was not free, and neither is free.
Certainly, Jeremy, thank you for highlighting that so beautifully. And thank you to them and their families, their service and their sacrifice. Their legacy lives on. Thank you for walking us through all of that over at the board. I want to bring it now to the table for some more discussion. We were talking a lot about the military aspect of this, the finer points of the deal here. I want to bring it back to the political angle here. I was watching this morning, I'm sure you all were, in the Sunday morning shows, and watching certain Democrats talking about the possibility of a deal, really scoffing at it, saying that there's just no way, and saying that they were not optimistic. Okay, and maybe that's fair because we've heard that this was coming from
The Dark Knights at Balls.
the midterms, in terms of gas prices, in terms of the success of this operation, and then this deal. What does that mean for Republicans in the midterms?
Well, I think a lot of it depends on what's actually in the deal, right? So we are reacting to this news coming out of that region and hearing these pronouncements from the president. We had the vice president on earlier in the show. We were very grateful for that. We're still waiting to see when these paper on Friday in Switzerland, if it does, and it seems like they're very optimistic about that, what's on that paper? What are the specifics? almost all of our analysis will have to flow from that, and there are still some big questions that we're not really aware of the answers to yet. I'll say hypothetically, if in fact the way this has been explained and sold by senior
Oh God, no.
Secretary of War, Vice President, etc., the President himself, and this is an airtight deal where the strait gets reopened, Iran gets certain things, but only if they perform, only if they actually follow through. And their nuclear program is dismantled, and that nuclear dust is destroyed or otherwise taken out of the country. If all of that happens, especially if you can add in there at least some reduction in their support for those regional terror proxies, that would be an absolutely enormous, an earth-shattering victory for the Trump administration, for this president, in a way that would neutralize a major thorn in our side threat that could for years or decades to come, while at the same time relieving the pressure on the world economy and the prices. That's an optimistic view. If that plays out, I would imagine a lot of us would say that's a big win. I'm very happy with that. And the president could just stop the football, so to speak, and we'll see how it plays out in his midterms. If there are other scenarios that play out, of course it's fraught with political risk as well, because you'll have an opposition party swinging the pants on something that goes wrong and say, well, they sold us this, look what happened here. So that's why I'm sort of in wait and see mode to a large extent.
But yeah, those things.
I thought that's a Toy Spring child.
Dissolving or the destroying of the nuclear dust. That's nuts.
You wanna sniff the
Everything started getting moved into place to reopen the strait and all of that. There's kind of this pipeline or backlog, right, where it takes a while for things to come back online and for potential people to start feeling it here at home as well. And on a political timeline, which is very different than the more important one here, which is geopolitical, but here at home,
Yeah.
there is a limited period of time between now and November, or even frankly early fall, when a lot of voters' ideas about what they want to do calcify. That's a smaller window of time for sure, and that point is not lost. Anita.
You know, Joey, we've been talking about this for the last several weekends. You said that the deal can't just be about the strait. And this doesn't appear to be just about the strait, but the strait is the first domino to fall, at least if what we're hearing holds, that the reopening of the strait, whether it's immediate or whether it's on Friday, those dates separating is going to, at least for a lot of Americans who are worried about gas prices, even if it's not coming down immediately, that provides a lot of optimism for consumers. And that would be the first domino.
5 Nights with Freddy Beyond.
It's an important part of it for voters, for Americans.
Yeah, I think if you look at what I showed on the big board, back in February 28th, we start this Operation Epic Fury. Well, we're not really back to the world that existed before Operation Epic Fury, and I think it's incumbent upon the administration to paint that picture correctly, or at least for themselves possibly, in order to win the GR on the end of this war. The reason why I say that is, to an extent, the deal is we're going to remove our blockade, and they're going to quit blocking and towing the strait. And Democrats are going to say that's where we were back in February 28th. But I'll just show you on the big board how that's not the case. Right? We have removed their ability to have conventional military. We have completely decapitated their entire administration. We have put the fear of a missile in the window, and everyone that wants that.
A missile in the window.
Attacked their neighbors. And they didn't just attack military bases. I can't remember exactly where it was. I believe it was at the UAE, where they attacked a hotel, a simulation hotel. This is a place that they want the world that they come here and spend your money, invest your money, dump your money. It's the same. You think UAE is going to forget that anytime soon? That changed everything.
Yeah, no, it certainly did. I mean, this is an incredible victory lap for the president. And his birthday, lo and behold, Sunday, and his birthday, we're very optimistic about what is to come. We're showing celebrating the chance that peace.
Oh no, now I'm bloody.
More coverage. Historically, was about peace deal with reaction from Capitol Hill. Remember, Congressman Taylor is here.
You're fine.
I accidentally
When
turned
dry eyes
myself
want your hustle.
handle thing. You supposed to got a wound, and a couple minutes later into now, it's bleeding. Yes, it is.
Okay, I'm gonna fix your dinner and then you're gonna go take a shower. Take your pill and get up in the morning about 8:30, so we can get ready to go. Turn off the light. I'm gonna do nonsense in the morning because our appointment's at 11 o'clock. We gotta be there on time. At the Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and Amazon, okay?
Okay.
I used to hide my ugly fungus damaged toenails, but then I found Octanail patches. Octanail patches work when you see to lighten, smooth, and moisturize for clear, healthy looking toenails. Dash Octanail patches and show up your toes again.
See, it's on the line. If my dad ends up going to prison, somebody got. And they're deadly dogs. We'll take any role, just like this is us, this role. So he does see on wrong.
Sail through the heart of historic cities and unforgettable scenery with Viking. Unpack once and get closer to iconic landmarks, local lights, and cultural treasures. Because when you experience Europe on a Viking longship, you'll spend less time getting there and more time being there. Viking, exploring the world in comfort.
Three.
Latest developments, plus Chuck Budget based in a state of the Democratic Party on Lake Liberty of the Mid.
After Fazbear's Fright burned to the ground by a man named Gerald Smith, and Fazbear's Revenge in Museum.
Our backyards, Yellowwood brand pressure treated pie, but it doesn't have this yellow sign. You don't want.
Cherokee Silverado drivers do a lot the next 5 years. For their families, for their communities. There's one thing they won't do. Take interest on their new truck. Just announced. For a limited time, get 0% financing for 5 years on all 2026 Silverado 1500 miles. Take on new adventures. Make new memories. And leave interest behind. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
With the Bank of America customized cash rewards Visa card, you can earn 6% cash back in category like online shoppers for the first year of your account with the
I was the. What's up?
You know what's phenomenal? Themselves, make sure they don't have access. After weird and clear in the obligation, but your theory is compliant with it's going to fundamentally transform the Middle East for the next 50 years. It's going to end the war. It's going to make the Middle East more accessible. It's going to mean a lot of prosperity, lower energy prices for the American people. Vice President Vance joined us earlier in the show, sounding optimistic that the historic peace deal between the U.S. and Iran could transform the Middle East. And now we're learning more details about these negotiations. A diplomat briefed on developments tells Fox News that Qatari mediators left Tehran about 17 hours after about 17 hours of negotiations. Separate meetings now with each side should take place this week ahead of the official signing in Switzerland and the start of technical talks. Joining us now is a member of the House Foreign Affairs Committee and Congressman Tim Burchett. Congressman, thank you for joining us tonight. We appreciate it. Breaking news since we have
Well,
on the show. So
rip, fucking rip.
Christian is pretty bullish on these peace talks or on this memorandum of understanding. I'm sure that it's got all the issues, but what are your top thoughts? I think that President Trump realizes that what Reagan says Trump was verified, and nobody understands that deal better than Donald J. Trump, I believe. I think the president is they've strategically taken out their leaders. And you know, the new leaders, that is the 15th in command after the bombing started. I guess now it's the first in command, maybe. And that person is, every night they go out and look up in the sky. And before they go to bed, and every morning they look up at the sky, think are they going to be the next one hit? And there's another thing you got to realize too: is
Uber.
that's in the ground. It is hundreds of feet underground, and I believe by satellite we can trust it, but we can verify that that stuff is still on the ground, and that the only people that should be able to get it out of the ground is American intelligence. And at that point, I think we'll see.
Uber.
If it stays in the ground, I think we're okay. And that should be really our concern, because Iran with the nuclear threat, not only we always talk about the region, but it's the world's nuclear war. It's just a nuclear cloud. Nobody can control where that goes back across the globe.
Certainly, Congressman, thank you so much for being here. Strategic ramifications of this. I'm very concerned about the midterms. I know this has kind of been an albatross around the neck of the administration, because what came along with the global move were higher gas prices, and we're dealing with, of course, some short-term economic issues that feel long-term to the people that are paying the prices. So now, as Republicans campaign for the midterms, as President Trump campaigns
Dear God.
for the midterms on behalf of Republicans, and let's just operate like this is all going to work out. This deal's going to get signed, and we're going to have Ford move.
Door. Door. Oh.
I think it should impact us in a positive way. You know, I'm guilty of this as much as anybody is, but I always say to bring down President Trump, but the reality is America realizes what's going on with our lives, and we're taking control of a very volatile situation. I think you're going to see more and more folks are going to realize that we're in a very good spot. And the price is still lower than it was during the highest point during the Biden administration. And so as long as we stick with our message, that's our biggest problem. I've always said is our messaging stinks, and we're terrible at it. We've got to do better. We've got to put out things like the Big Beautiful Bill, where we had some create some economic dominance in that. And I think if we do that, if we just focus on the things that got President Trump elected at a record pace and at record numbers, then we're going to be okay. But if we continue to focus on little minor things, I don't think it's going to help us out one bit.
Congressman, going back to the theme of trust but verified, do you have concerns with the blockade being lifted and the Strait of Hormuz opening and billions of dollars flowing back again into Iran? What they are going to do with that money? Are you confident that we can keep track, that they're not going to go back to their nefarious actions?
We have the capabilities of doing that if Washington will just allow this president to do that. You know, we tend to too often listen to the K Street lobbyists and their concerns, and we need to start looking at the big picture and where it plays into America and our economic well-being. And yeah, I think we're going to be okay. I think when the strait opens, it will open up everything, because all countries aren't going to have any more excuses to gouge us. You know, they said, well, it's a commodity, but the reality is it's a.
So we got Nightmare. Bonnet, Nightmare Mangle, Adventure Mangle, Mac Tonight, Rockstar Freddy, Scrap Trap with a Toy Freddy with a Toy Bonnie.
Where what's going on with the prices of oil, it has very little to do with President Trump. We're exporting energy currently now, and so it really shouldn't affect us. And yet we've got to get back in. We've got to open plants all across the country, which have been blockaded. Once the Green New Deal scam that's going on, and we need to get back in the game. I think we can do that. I think America. Millions of energy production. If we get our these small nuclear reactors online, no one can stop us. But currently, I believe with our oil production, we're going to be just fine, and you'll see the prices drop.
I want to revisit some of these about the nuclear dust, as the president called it, the highly enriched uranium that
with this buried underground right now. Our understanding is a key element of this deal would be the U.S. or some independent force that we trust going in to destroy or take it out of the country. They sound like you started keeping it there like surveillance from satellite or something might be acceptable in your mind. Is that your position?
If that's our opportunity, if that's the only opportunity we have, obviously the most positive thing we can do is get in there and get it out of the ground. But if the Iranians decide that they want to start messing with it again, I believe they realize that their big bombers once again will come. Understand it's contained in a very
SpongeBob.
with the president. You remember the initial bombing where they bombed it literally from 30,000 feet. And the president described it to us a great deal one day in the White House. And our technological capabilities were incredible, but we basically sealed it in the ground and we knew where it was going to be when it was going to be in this particular situation. And it is basically a secure type vault from what I understand. So if it's in the ground and they can't get to it, then that's okay. But if we feel like they're going to get to it, I think the bombings would continue, and rightfully so. We don't need their decision with their hand on the nuclear trigger. But of course, ideally, the best thing in the world would be for us to be able to get it out of the goddamn ground and get it out of their hand. And I think that ultimately will be the plan. But they're currently in the ground where they can't get it is a pretty safe bet for us.
You know what? I want to have you on next week to talk about the small nuclear reactor. That's a whole other topic that if we can get past this war is an important one. And it's something that news is made on from time to time. Appreciate you bringing that up. Thanks for coming on tonight. Bring us your reaction.
Thank you. Those small news every year they keep telling me it's 8 years away. We get on our bus and get back here on that. They very we're on that. Yes, we got to get back in that.
Have a good night. All right, guys, we'll bring it back out. The last thing he talked about a lot of time here, you were asking him about, the flip facilities that we hit. What we did was a pickaxe analysis, but we believe that everything, whatever is there, is so far buried that it would be a fool's errand to hit it. It wouldn't hurt him enough. Well, we don't know publicly, and the senior government official that talked about it earlier this
Oh,
week,
he died.
we think we know where everything is. We believe we know where everything is. Didn't say what they thought was where. So that maybe there's nuclear material that wasn't hitting the bombing that we are trying to get assurances on. Yeah, so I think getting it out of that country to destroy is not just ideal, as he calls it, as the necessary for this deal to be successful. Tom, that's where.
Yeah, no, I think I sums it up. I was like, to discuss these things, there are pretty things that we're not. So I think everybody's cautiously optimistic. That's going to be kind of our descriptor for the evening, but it's a great day. And it's a what looks like a good and big deal.
Yeah, we're cautiously optimistic. I love that. I'm optimistic. I'll throw caution to the wind for at least the next. Intelligence officer Chuck DeBoer. Sick of this.
You know the script. It's weather. The little get-togethers, Saturdays and summers. You know the sound. Smooth. It tastes like fish. It's cooking. Bounce your turn to get out there. To feel that state. Those ribs, those wings.
Oh.
Gas to pedal. However you fire it. Where was the next time? Genesis now at weather.com.
There's a girl on 6-7. Simply Safe does more than just a limit. Please stop crying before it starts.
Stop. This is Simply Safe. Police are on the way.
No long-term consequences. Months.
Let's join the fun with the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday, a free guide that helps kids celebrate the essence story of our nation's birth. Send your kids back in time to see our great founding fathers signing the Declaration and get them ready for this year's massive celebration. Get the Kids Guide to America's 250th birthday for free at freeusaguide.com. That's freeusaguide.com.
Man, how many bathroom trips are you making each day? Try Super Beta Prostate Advance, the #1 selling formula in its category. Made with Prostafed, a triple action blend to help reduce urges to urinate.
Find it at Walmart or these retailers.
Hi, I've been cozy. Isn't trapping in pain and neck cramped, uncomfortable? Get up, getting dressed. There's nothing cozy about airplane seats or hard plastic benches and the so-called travel pillows. They just don't cut it. You don't need another travel pillow. You need Be Cozy, the world's most comfortable neck pillow. Strap in those seats. That's Be Cozy around your neck. Stop chin drops, bottom that down. Smash up against the window. Fold Be Cozy over. Set it onto your shoulders for super size. Frequent flyer miles day sitting island. Turn Be Cozy to the side. Perfect pillow positions. Everyone wants to be cozy. So get the world's most comfortable travel neck pillow and be cozy just like me. Get cozy. You get cozy. Everyone gets a Be Cozy. Only Be Cozy has patented overlapping arms so you get double support and the comfort you need in any seat on any trip. Go online right now. This exclusive mega offer. Buy one Be Cozy, get 150% off. Get yours now.
It's got a reputation for Breeze bathroom has 4 times the fresh the bathtub odors continuously. Leaving freshness for 45 days. No outlets required, so everyone can breathe easy. I did not realize how much I was complicating outdoor cleaning until I tried this. This is the
Dark Knights and Go Balls.
No! Really strong targeted string and actually blasts dirt and grime off. Just screw it on to any standard garden hose, pick one of the 4 different spray nozzles, then turn on the water and go. That's literally it. I got my whole porch, patio, and furniture done before I even had a second cup of coffee. Get Pocket Hose Arrow at Walmart, Ace Hardware, or Amazon with free shipping.
To join Tiffany, I'm back in the swing of things. Wait, $7 for a refill? That's your simple thing.
We're gonna cut back to when the swing was king.
See, well, those people are saving a single cake. Well, I guess my brother
That was Vice President Vance's message to Americans earlier in the big weekend show. President Trump said the story was expected to be the intelligence officer we're using the adjectives, the adverbs cautiously. What's your first reaction to this deal and what it means for the world?
I certainly think it's a very significant deal. I think that the fact that the U.S. was able to put it together after months of military pressure and economic pressure would seem to indicate that the Iranians really want to play ball, that they really want to see some relief. They want to see this end. The big question, though, is whether or not the entire Iranian government wants to see it end. Does the IRGC, do the proxies, the Hezbollah, the Houthi rebels, Hamas, are they ready to throw in the towel as well? I think we're going to see in the next week, leading up to the signing on Friday, just how serious it is. Is any traffic in the Strait of Hormuz being targeted? Are there any missiles coming from Hezbollah into northern Israel? That's going to be the acid test. Now, even if that happens, it's important to understand that President Donald Trump has scored an enormous amount of diplomatic victory because he's shown the world just how much the U.S. is willing to go the extra mile for peace, and especially our Gulf Arab allies and friends in the region. I think the fact that we put so much effort into will pay great dividends in the near future. Things like that, they did, the division even within the Iranian government. You know what? A year from now, you see, turns back to a hot war that there's some
this Iranian civil war, or that they choose to continue to fund proxies that are antagonists of Israel, and we end up in kind of a square one.
I certainly do, but it won't be at square one because, as you rightly pointed out just a few minutes earlier, the Iran of today is not the Iran of a few months ago, insofar as their ability to project power with ballistic missiles, with the Daisy. But I think that you are seeing perhaps the beginnings of some concern. We saw the meeting with, I think it was the Russian.
It's just basically 5 Nights at Treasure Island.
Minister and
Bullshit.
and of course, the People's Republic of China has been significantly ramping up military activity against the Philippines, against Taiwan, and against Japan. So, look, there are a lot of things going on. Is the U.S. in a far better position today?
Eve
than it
needs
was
an
before?
emus.
Yes,
Elamus.
it is. One last big wild card. Ukraine is significantly amping up the damage against Russia right now. I wouldn't be surprised if Russian forces to the west of the Donbass and north of Crimea collapse sometime soon.
Chuck, good to see you. It's a
He needs an emus too.
political lens, and you're not straight into politics. I mean, you're a member of the California Assembly. Politically, do you think to any Democrats give President Trump credit for at least
Two.
the Vice President said giving the world a chance for peace now?
Well, certainly Senator Fetterman.
Fifth nuts at Lemmo's tree.
I noticed just before I came on your show that the price of West Texas Intermediate crude So it's heading in the right direction. So it's just a little bit more before this. Yeah, I think it's doesn't necessarily mean too much in a granular sense, because of course there are 435 separate elections for the House, but that number keeps kind of compressing and getting more and more in the Republicans' favor. By that I mean less in the Democrats' favor. So I would imagine that a few months from now, the price of gasoline is down and Americans are not dying in combat, but the American public will be pretty happy with the deal. We're talking about the potential chance for a transformation of the region. The Vice President mentioned that, over the next 50 years, that sort of time horizon, potentially, the opportunity for the actual outcome is another. As you think through the potential benchmarks for what, in your mind, would constitute a successful deal when implemented, what would those benchmarks be? Well, certainly from a regional standpoint, I would look for an expansion of ports. You certainly already see, I think, some changes in Qatar's behavior. They seem to be playing a little less down the middle and a little bit more pro-U.S. I think that the U.S. generated an enormous amount of diplomatic and political capital in the Middle East. Lastly, with regards to Iran,
Lemons tea.
with regards to the Iranian people, we still don't know just how deep the divisions are within Iran and whether or not the IRGC can hang on to power by repressing its own people. So I remain somewhat cautiously optimistic that we may see a significant change in the Iranian government by the end of the year as well.
Wow. Well, you gave us a lot to chew on, Chuck. We certainly appreciate it, Chuck DeVore. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
All right, John, well, that kind of left us a good place to start our discussion here. Yeah, you've said time and time again, and our Secretary of War has, the goal was not regime change, but the regime change.
Yeah.
Perhaps that's not done. Perhaps there are more iterations of what we're going to see in Iran. Perhaps you have a civilian government and more of the military side, as Guy pointed out, they're the ones with the weapons. So, maybe they have a little bit bigger of a seat at the table than we would like. But we see a world now where this part of the world changes. And it changes in a way where there could potentially be a return to the Persia that once was.
I mean, you know, it's like Santa Claus with his optimism. We can give it out presents everywhere, and I think he's a very calculated man, so I think he believes what he says. But I have to look at history as the example. Is this, you know, peace in the Middle East is a moment in time, not a you know, a state of things forever. I think that's just the truth of it, and for a lot of reasons we'll not get into right now. I think what he pointed out, he said I pointed out, he's put it much better words, is that Iran of today is not Iran of when this started. I think that is important. I think we'll find out how important that is and how true that is. But from the numbers, from the information we have, it seems to be the case. And you would think that the leverage they had to stir these crossings or even fund them isn't there like it was.
Yeah, we certainly are, again, optimistic about that. Anita, as we've talked to all of these experts here, and Lucas, who alludes to the fact that between now as we sit here on Sunday and the signing of this on Friday, it seems like a few days in our lives, but it could be an eternity in the Middle East. So what do you make of that timeline? Yeah, I think it is an eternity in the Middle East, and we're just going to have to see, you know, what plays out between now and then. The vice president sounded very optimistic.
What?
You know, he also expressed some optimism about the Middle East and prosperity for the Middle East, as Chuck DeVore said. So there's a lot of optimism coming out of the administration. They've certainly been working on this deal for a long time. I think most of the world is optimistic about Friday. Well, let's hope the Democrats are as well. That remains to be seen. All right, coming up, one more reaction from Congress to the Iran deal with member of the House Armed Services Committee, Congressman Derek Van Orden. He joins us next.
Been a while, Greg, since King George got your birth announcement. So leave a bell card. You always were as a celebration. Yes, he just needed to be free. The first steps to getting the last word turned out just fine. So let's celebrate the past and best and the future that's waiting. America's 250th freedom. That's a lot of candles and one flame. No one can ever blow out.
Our mission to create 100% American-made heirloom quality linens became Red Land Cotton. From seed and outbound soil to final stitches made right off Main Street by skilled designers and craftsmen. We take pride knowing the cotton from our family farm becomes your soft landing each night and the comfort you save for each morning. Red Land Cotton, farm to home luxury for a life well lived.
It's only 47. Did you like insurance? Do you? Gotta get on. Check out Select. Trust me, peace of mind, it's worth it.
Life insurance is too important to put off another day. That's why SelectQuote makes getting coverage you need easy for less than $1 a day. Now get up to a $2 million policy with no medical exam and same-day coverage.
Visitor call SelectQuote. We shop and save.
All these basics and that.
Don't kill your dog.
Go for the basics, basics like education and all that. That's me. It's too hot. Hot.
The nutrients of the food, but and not the body. You get freeze-dried ingredients
Welcome to my schoolhouse.
in their nutrients.
In order to get out of this place, you need to survive till you need to survive 300 seconds.
Cholesterol health is that something more. A multi-action formula needs backed by reasonable studies that demonstrate measurable support for cholesterol and vascular health. Founded in partnership with the University of Texas, this is modern day cholesterol support. How we more people do. All we eat.
This Father's Day, forget it. Get that some
Records, nightmare dimension.
introduces the horsepower video podcast.
Ah, right here. Left, right, on middle. Right here on the middle. First of all, you better not just listen. If I appear on the right, let's go. That turns off the lights. If I appear on the left, quickly go back.
That's where Helen Max got it. When they told them they were building the mall, they said, build the house. Now, this isn't.
So it's about
Also direct reflection of the kind of night we built it.
if his meter completes completely, you'll be forced into detention. Make sure to keep the meter up by having your mouse over it.
This is the one that makes sparks fly.
Oh no.
And the right partner, the professional grade products you need.
How are you? What are you doing?
Stop by. Ring
Isn't he singing?
Oh goodness, we found visiting angels. Our visiting angel helps us keep mom comfortable.
Appearing at random, no mess toys. Will require you to use a safety scissors on him. Make sure to press E when he appears. Then drag the scissors to him.
Geneva, Switzerland later this week. Will you attend that ceremony?
I think we're still figuring out.
Judy, please.
Plan that.
Also appearing at random.
We'll figure it out.
The historical weekend.
I will love your heel and stub yours.
Be still with a rock.
You need to be mixed up. And grab the safety scissors to her.
Former Navy SEAL Congressman.
Make your sweeper. You can get rid of some characters if you have it here around at the same time as the. However, this is unlikely to happen. It may actually also help you.
Well, as a veteran of the war on terror, the Iranians declared war on us 47 years ago and were responsible for killing thousands of Americans and servicemen and women, including many of my friends and your friends, and grievously injuring others. And so I have no sympathy for this rogue, radical Muslim Mullah regime at all. So I want to see.
Hey, no. This is nightmare school. Use your tactics from the original body's basics.
Section 2 authority the president's been granted in the Constitution to do things just like this. And for the American public, we're going to start seeing everything coming down on the president.
That's me. Yeah.
It's this incredible deal that's taking place.
Good luck.
Quickly on that, we lost 13 soldiers fighting this fight.
Go to A, D, and S. So go to the house.
You need something in the long run.
Make sure to not do
Well, it's like you already know the fact that they stood up.
the meter. It's a battery.
It's foreign domestic.
It's anointed.
Things that are young men and women do every day. And unfortunately, it is a predictable, potential, horrible consequence of our chosen.
Well, great job. You died. That was terrible. Try again.
We're going to go ahead and leave it there. We've got to get out. But thank you for joining us, and we will absolutely honor all 13 of them. Thank you for joining us. Stay with us. We'll have more reaction. We have more reaction with and back.
Here, we're gonna get that. Right, this.
How's that? Colors and shirts that I think made that. So I got to try something. No, guys, you know, to read this with the balls of this new shirts on the balls, right? It's got colors in the bush, the breakfast, shirt with this. The guy with that so many the colors for the stands. Oh my god, my soul so cross to the fire, 22. This thing can go anywhere. It's lightweight. And I love how much surface area is on here. It's great for camping. It's great for cooking in the backyard. I can cook everywhere.
I tell my neighbors, you don't need tools for this.
Sure that.
We can get it on.
One, two.
A few times.
You know what? I'm gonna call my trailer. It's ready.
Making every dollar count is important to you, so it's important to Allstate. That's why we help you find more ways to save on car insurance. Students in your house, savings. Drive safe, congrats, save safe. Drive more savings. Multiple vehicles, savings. You guessed it. Savings. You can live a lot of life with all those savings. If it's important to you, it's important to us. You're in good hands with Allstate.
When you can't watch or listen, get the latest news, business, and news headlines on SiriusXM. Anytime, anywhere. Fox News Audio on SiriusXM. America is listening.
Infuriate.
Yep.
You ain't all that interested.
Yeah. I ate a lot of pescati.
Why did you eat grilled cheese?
Huh?
Did you eat grilled cheese?
Born to roam. Built to conform. An engineer that outlasts the others.
Huh? Did you eat the grilled cheese?
In a Tacoma or Tundra with special low APR financing. Toyota. Let's go business.
I always knew that I wanted to help people. I just didn't know which way. I was a clinical dialysis technician. The UPMC School of Nursing made it possible to keep working while I pursue my education. When I graduated and I stepped back into the dialysis unit, but as a registered nurse, it's just an amazing feeling because all my hard work paid off. UPMC has helped me become who I am.
Pennsylvania's property tax rebate program is back for eligible seniors. What could you do with an extra $1,000?
Everything is so expensive these days.
Car expenses, repairs,
Like groceries, heating costs.
medications. Sure, it's easily spend $1,000 like that.
Through Pennsylvania's property tax rebate program, seniors and adults with receive up to $1,000. Check your eligibility and apply online. Paid for with Pennsylvania taxpayer dollars.
Now, a historic night as President Trump announces a deal with Iran. We've been talking about it. It happened, of course, during our wonderful 3 hours here. Guy, we have some hesitation about
Leave the Kurds alone, please. Leave them alone, please. Because I happen the way that I want them.
What is Ashley going to be?
Just leave them alone, eat your food, and go upstairs and take a shower.
Switzerland. It's a question we asked Trey Hicks about earlier. He said, that's still murky. We're not quite sure. When we had Vice President Vance on the show, he emphasized 3 points. The second of which I think is the most important, which is the nuclear piece to all of this, what that looks like with verification, etc. But there is this very important component, which is what are the Iranians getting that they want? What are they potentially getting out of this? And
Well, you know, you're just stuff to aggravate. That's the only reason you do that kind of stuff. Now, put the blinds up.
What they say they would, honoring the deal. So what they get, apparently,
All the way up.
just right out of the gate, would be the lifting of that naval blockade, which has been just strangling their economy now.
All the way.
That goes away.
Now leave them alone.
Though, is the subsequent scheduled sanctions relief, which the administration says would be performance-based and would only flow if and when these other benchmarks are hit by the regime. I think that sequencing is a very important part of this conversation. And again, the depth being in the details that we're going to be keeping an eye on here.
Yeah, I think the most important thing there is they get to start selling gold now, like it were on Friday after signing, things like that. We'd like some answers on Friday. We'll be right back with the latest out Washington after the U.S. and Iran reaches an historic peace deal.
Good, 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 good. Good job.
Your hustle. Conservative freaks route that covers up to 10 hours.
You too. Wow. You're almost just terrible. Try again.
Watch this. So you don't feel stuck on your weight loss journey. People taking Zepbound lost up to 48 pounds. Some lost over 58 pounds. Watch this. Don't share needles or pens or reuse needles. Don't take it allergic to it, or if you or someone in your family have MTC or NEM2.
Tell your doctor if you get a lumbar swelling in your neck. Stop Zepbound and call your doctor if you have severe stomach pain or a serious allergic reaction. Severe side effects may include inflamed pancreas or gallbladder. Tell your doctor if you experience vision changes before scheduled procedures with anesthesia. If you're nursing, pregnant, plan to be, or taking birth control pills. Taking Zepbound with a sulfonylurea or insulin may cause low blood sugar. Side effects include nausea, diarrhea, and vomiting, which can cause dehydration and worsen kidney problems. Zepbound. Coming soon through Medicare for $50 a month. Plus, there are other savings options with insurance and without it. Zepbound, watch this.
I'm Richard Carr, and everyone loves my hose. Pocket hose bullets now made with a bulletproof polymer that is 5 times stronger than steel. Just turn on the water and it expands to a full-size hose. And look, our pocket pivot rotates 360 degrees. So the table leaks. Gonna turn off the water.
Ouch. You lost again. Try again.
At the Home Depot, Walmart, Ace Hardware, and
I was in the middle with the left.
America's best-selling Beats brand is available.
What would you think?
Blood pressure support select juice containing key ingredient.
Right, John.
For 2 times better blood pressure support. Take control of your health. Head to Walmart and get Total Beats blood pressure support soft chews today.
There's nobody better than my dad. He always has something on the griddle. What do you get for the best dad?
Eggs. Again.
That Blackstone Dispatch Day. Visit BlackstoneProducts.com. All your years for kill.
Great job. You have finally survived 300 seconds. Yeah. Job. Ugh.
In the US, there's
Not much there.
Simply Safe does more than just alert. Please stop crying before it.
Now, here's the alert challenge.
No
Now that's the hand of play.
And starting around $1.
And I'm going to the second part. When you finally learn, good luck on winning that. Sorry, my fucking throat.
Welcome back to the final minute of the Big Weekend Show. Big day for us, Joey. Big day for the country. Big day for the world.
Yeah, let's hope that this peace deal gets signed on Friday. Between now and then, nothing happens. And weeks from now, we're looking at something historic.
Something historic, a great day. Happy Flag Day. Happy birthday to the President of the United States, of course. And to the Knicks fans, congratulations to you. It's been a great weekend all the way around. But that is going to do it for us. We're going to see you next weekend. Keep it right here on Fox News for continuing coverage on this breaking news story. God bless you guys.
Entry.
And this is a Fox News. Much of the world is breathing a sigh of relief tonight after the U.S. and Iran reached an interim deal to end their
Let's plead.
and reopen the Strait of Hormuz. A formal signing is set for Friday in Switzerland. President Trump says the waterway will reopen once the deal is officially signed. The strait was originally
What the hell is this?
but officials say lines need to be cleared first. The U.S. blockade on Iranian ports is also expected to be lifted, and it's not clear if that process has already begun. Once signed, the agreement will launch a 60-day negotiation period on Iran's nuclear program and to officially end the war. As part of the deal, Tehran will also reportedly receive phased sanctions relief. Oil prices have already fallen by as much as 4.8%. I'm Lena Vogel, Life, Liberty, and
Continues. On. Side. $12 AS. Walk.
Nathan Sales, expert on counterterrorism. Before we get into some of these heavier issues, I want to make a statement about what I see going on in Washington, D.C. I see a president of the United States who wants to refurbish and beautify the White House, memorials, even the reflecting pool. He sees things that need to be fixed, that need to be cleaned up, and he does it. I remember you couldn't walk through Washington, D.C. because there were these tent cities. They're all walking at a single pencil. And he wanted to deal with crime. Well, the mayor did. So going to the National Guard, crime is way, way, way down. So
6 AS.
this phone is speaking on the meeting.
AS is
It's false effort. And I know this was neither do I. The fact is that he's doing so many things in such a positive
Booze Goose Tree.
Look at the sports that he's bringing into the country. Look at all those activities that are taking place. We've got soccer here and other things going on. Just terrific. Because he cares about the 250th anniversary as well. He believes in the Declaration of Independence and July 4th. All the people who attack him are the same people who've been around Washington, D.C. for decade after decade after decade, and they just let it go to hell. And they don't care. But he cares. I only mention that because my wife was a designer, my mother-in-law is a designer, and they said, he's doing so many beautiful, beautiful things, and they keep attacking him. And he's falling asleep. You know, it's just pathetic. Just pathetic. Well, a memorandum of understanding has been shown. You know, the success of any deal, whether it's a deal with Iran or anybody, is not the deal
Being
itself,
Tree.
but compliance with the
Booze Troop.
You ever had a deal contract? Well, if the other side doesn't comply, then technically comply, right? Debates swirling around, so forth and so on. How will compliance be best enforced beyond the Trump presidency? Isn't that the bottom line? Understanding further negotiations, I believe, to a final deal. I am seeing precious little discussion or reporting or official statements about how the MOU or a final deal
I love this inside joke.
to ensure compliance. In the end, this determines whether any deal can or will hold. Now, my view is, you can put in whatever terms you want. This end is not going to comply with the Trump administration. Now, we've done wrong with the news. But if people think I'm wrong, they're working on a deal, let's see it. The enemy, it says Hezbollah wants to violate this ceasefire on a daily basis. On a daily basis. And I suspect they'll do this when it comes to the deal, the final deal, after the president gets left off. And if the Iranian regime violates the deal, what are we going to do about it? What options are on the table that are realistic and that will be used, that are enforceable? Let's say there's a temporary change in their behavior in exchange for the sanctions relief and the billions flow back into the regime. And then the regime decides, okay,
What?
we want, and we will do what we want. Now, what do
Viacom cancel Booze Goose. Every place will be red to dead. Viacom needs to suck along.
These are shooting, suing, or anything else. This isn't a baseball game. This is life and death.
Pain.
And
It's pain.
any final deal.
5 days apps.
Going to review it. Because that's
5 days.
yes, Congress will have to look at this.
What is this? Buku's is in well. Well.
They should be treated as a treaty.
No.
As a treaty under the Constitution.
Night apps.
But Obama and Congress, Democrats and all Republicans, well, one, top, all of them decided not to apply the treaty requirements of the Constitution to the Obama Iran nuclear deal. So that's where we are. Now, what does the Constitution actually say in this follow about in Section 2, Clause 2? The president shall have power by with advice and consent of the Senate to make the treaty, provided 2/3 of the senators present concur. The Senate, 2/3 of the senators present concur. Well, Obama realized he couldn't live there. So he conspired not only with his party, but the Republicans to get around it. Because that's a high bar. And it's set potentially as a high bar by the fingers of our Constitution to ensure that any arrangement in any agreement with a foreign power is so beneficial to our country that it not only passes the support of Congress, but we're going to call it a treaty, and the Senate, which represents the states, at least theoretically, can only approve of the super majority. Now listen to this. The deal now, like the precedent set by Obama, Republicans, Democrats, and Congress, will require Congress to prevent the deal by 2/3 of both houses. In other words, it's flipped. It's flipped. The process is flipped. So it's highly likely that this deal, despite the hostility of the Democrats and objections by some Republicans who don't believe a deal should be going through at all, it's likely it'll sail through because that's the way the system was perverted. But that also means that it will not be binding on any future president or Congress, because it's not a treaty. In addition to what I believe is an evidentiary certainty that the Iranian regime will not comply with anything, and unquestionably will violate it after President Trump leaves office in about 3 years, give or take. There's no question that if a Democrat becomes president, this is the reality. And also most Republicans will look at the presidents prior to Donald Trump. Did anybody do things that even endorse other agreements that Iran was in? Like the non-proliferation agreement or whatever it was? Nothing serious. There are other very serious and consequential matters that I hope will be addressed. Maybe they are, but we've not seen the exact terms and nobody has publicly stated them. What will the status of Iran's ballistic missile production be? That is the most powerful conventional weapon they have, even without nuclear weapons. They can destroy cities, not only in Israel. We witnessed what they did to Arab countries and their precious oil industries. But now we know they can reach Europe and Europe's capitals, and eventually our country. Won't take much time to figure that out without the common Chinese, the North Koreans, and the Russians. I don't believe they're part of this deal. And I don't believe they give a damn what kind of deal we're entering, quite frankly. I have not seen much reported on this. I've not seen anything reported on this. This is a hard issue to be negotiated in any definitive way. What kind of language will stop? But at least we ought to make the effort. And are we committed to protecting Hezbollah should it continue to attack Israel? As we discussed on last night's program, Hezbollah has slaughtered our Marines, our soldiers, our sailors, and American citizens. This is not just some far-off terrorist regime. It has slaughtered Lebanese individuals. It has slaughtered Syrians because they used to fight for Assad. It has slaughtered Iranians because they used to help that regime, because the regime owns Hezbollah. And of course, it has murdered Israel. Are we committed to protecting Hezbollah so it can continue to attack Israel and continue to brutalize the people in Lebanon? This is the lifeline that Iran is defending. Well, if we are, then this deal won't stand. It won't stand for long, even during the Trump presidency. Israel will not be able to adhere to what would be a suicide pact. Israeli people won't put up with it. The Prime Minister won't put up with it. We should not accept it either. Because remember, Hezbollah has attacked us. And when Israel is forced to defend itself, including preemptively against Hezbollah in Lebanon, remember, they're not at war with Lebanon, they're at peace with Lebanon. They've never been at war with Lebanon. and it is said to be in violation of the deal. We saw this play out earlier, providing the Iranian regime with a strategic opportunity to attack Israel, claiming it's defending its ally, and that Israel violating the deal. When then? Will Israel become a pariah? And will it be admonished? Iran's not the so is Hezbollah. Hezbollah must not be in the deal. It must not, and that must be very clear. But to me, and at this stage, it's not very clear, despite some of the language that's been put out in anonymous briefings of certain media by administration officials. I'm just asking questions that will eventually be asked and subjected to scrutiny. So it's something that needs to be seriously considered. Now, what about the Iranian people? They're not supposed to bring them in? We do not urge them to continue rising up and protesting. But they've paid a horrible price for resisting this murderous regime. So what now? I've not heard a lot about this either. That's not to say it won't be addressed in the final deal. I hope it is. It seems impossible to square this.
Hi, Squidward.
Sanctions are lifted in other countries for billions of dollars, which I believe is contemplated one another. I'm not certain. With supporting the liberation of Iran.
What?
If the regime supports the one becomes stronger. How do you square that?
What? Okay.
Should be a top priority. And I've mentioned this arm the Iranian people till I'm blue in the face. And let's be very clear about this. For those who say it cannot be done, we're wrong. I dug up an article in 1986 in the LA Times, written document seen as a policy watershed, president support for freedom fighters, gains of diversity, communism gains around the world. It says what began several years ago when President Reagan penciled the word freedom fighters into the margins of a Stanford speech is now being heralded in Congress and elsewhere as a watershed in U.S. foreign policy. This was 4 years. A pledge that the United States will come to the aid of third world anti-communist resistance groups around the globe. Uniform and so forth and so on. That was ubiquitous around the world, that could reach from one continent to the other. Here we're dealing with Iran. Okay, we're dealing with Iran. As dangerous as Iran is, it's not so to you. It goes on. Reagan portrays these rebel groups as freedom fighters engaged in a global struggle by Western nations to roll back the 1970s expansion of Soviet influence in the third world. Critics portray the policy as a dangerous one, which will eventually draw U.S. troops into another war like Vietnam.
I know you turn that TV off. How many damn times do I have to tell you to keep your hands off my stuff? How many? Just leave it alone.
The remote's still there.
Don't touch the lights. Don't touch the TV. Don't touch anything that doesn't have your name on it. Damn it. Now hurry up and eat so you can go take a shower. Sick of this. Too old for this bull crap.
listen fine. President Trump is the only president in half a century to unleash our military, working side by side with our closest allies, Israel, and their great leader, Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu.
Oh, hello.
We're watching down right at your fingertips.
Screen is off. Nothing important is really showing right now. Just me getting FNAF fangs on here.
To the school. Oh, speaking of the school, is Mr. Eagleton been pestering us down?
Oh wait, we're left. What? Why the fuck did I even feel schizophrenic?
I don't know. Just
Fuck. I forgot to turn on the audio. Anyways, Chucky says he'll show you the pizza. What's something I said? What?
Shut it down. It's time to get your trash out. Go get your shower.
Oh my fucking god.
Development. These are some of the other projects we've built during the Harry K bond. They've been very well received.
I noticed you ran a credit check on me.
Well, the company likes to know who we're doing business with.
Come on.
Probably for about 8 years. I assume that was what, 11 or 12 years after you moved to town. Like I said,
You like to know who you're dealing with. Property's not for sale.
well, maybe if we get an offer.
Like I said,
You want to use that computer tomorrow?
good news first.
You're cooking.
Wait. So we can hear with you. And if you change your mind or you have any questions, I'm still to the office.
There we go. Used to make them chuckle, now you make them scream. It's been the yelling with you.
Now, William,
Oh, fuck.
shut it down.
Shutting down.